27 years, one forest hamlet has honored a simple bargain. Each spring, a lottery names a young life. The young life is bound to the trees, and the forest is fed. Geralt rides in on the very day the newest name is drawn. He has not come to keep the arrangement. What holds a bargain like this together turns out to be older and far more buried than anyone still drawing breath will admit. The road into Drennick narrowed until the alder branches were scraping both of Geralt's shoulders at once. The sun had already dropped behind the old wood by then, though daylight still lay across the fields in a pale wash. The forest took the light before the sky did. Its outer trees stood close and tall, black-barked under their leaves, roots showing through the earth like knotted fingers. No birds called from them. Somewhere deeper in, wood struck wood at a slow, hollow pace. Geralt reined Roach to a walk. The hamlet crouched in a fold of land beyond 3 low rye fields. 20 houses gathered round a muddy lane and a stone well, smoke rising from the chimneys in narrow threads. Every door was shut. Men hauled shutters across windows, while women carried in baskets, stools, tools, even children from the yards. A boy dropped a wooden hoop when he saw the white-haired rider, and he ran without stooping to fetch it. Near the first cottage, an old man was driving 3 geese through a doorway with a hazel switch. One bird flapped away from him, hissing. He caught it by the neck, dragged it inside, and slammed the door hard enough to shake dust from the lintel. Geralt stopped beside the abandoned hoop. A length of red wool had been tied around every gatepost in the village, and fresh rowan twigs hung beneath the eaves. At the well, a shallow wooden bowl held milk gone thick in the heat, 9 hazelnuts arranged around its rim. The knocking from the woods came again. 3 strokes, a pause, then 1. Geralt looked toward the tree line. Something pale moved between the trunks, too low for a man and too smooth for a deer. It crossed a patch of shadow and vanished behind a beech, without stirring a leaf. His horse rolled her eyes and tried to turn. Easy. Roach's neck stayed tight beneath his hand. A door opened at the far end of the lane, and 5 men came out, all in homespun, carrying farm tools they held badly as weapons. The eldest bore a rusted boar spear. The others had an axe, a flail, 2 pitchforks. None wore mail, and none of them came farther than the square around the well. The spear-bearer had a heavy face divided by a white scar from brow to cheek, and a bronze key hung on a cord at his throat. "You've taken the wrong turning," he said. Geralt dismounted and told him there was no turning for 6 miles. "Then take the same road back," the man said. Behind him, the others shifted. One crossed himself beneath his coat. Another stared at the wolf's head pommel over Geralt's shoulder and swallowed hard. Geralt looped Roach's reins around a fence rail and said that they had sent for a witcher. "No one here sent for anything." The man with the axe looked at the spear-bearer. It was quick, but not quick enough. Geralt took a folded scrap of parchment from inside his jerkin and held it up between 2 fingers. Rain had blurred the writing, though the seal was still clear. A sheaf of rye pressed in green wax. "Drennick," he read. "Livestock taken near the northern fields. 3 men missing since spring. Payment offered in silver or grain." The spear-bearer's gaze settled on the seal. For a moment, the only sound in the hamlet was a shutter being barred from within, the wooden beam falling into its brackets with a dull thud. That notice was put up. "Without leave," he said. Geralt asked whether it was false, and the man told him no beasts troubled Drennick. Geralt looked past him. A strip of hide had been nailed above the nearest stable door, dark fur, gray at the root, flies feeding along its edge. Wolf, perhaps? The cut had been made with a stone blade, and the flesh beneath it was still wet. The knocking sounded again from the forest, and this time every man in the square went still. 3 strokes. A pause. 1. The fellow with the flail lowered his eyes. Geralt folded the notice and put it away. "Who are you?" "Havel," the man said. "Elder here?" Geralt nodded at the key, and Havel's hand rose and closed around the bronze shape at his chest. "My house," he said. "No door in the hamlet has a lock that size." The younger men watched their elder. Havel let the key fall back against his shirt. A woman's cry cut through the silence. It came from a house behind the well, brief and strangled, followed by the crash of overturned furniture. The men turned as one. The door burst open before any of them moved, and a girl came out backwards, with both wrists bound in rope. 19, perhaps, lean from work, dark hair hacked short at the jaw. Blood shone at one corner of her mouth. 2 women clung to her arms, and a broad-shouldered man followed, trying to seize her by the waist without being kicked. "You lying swine!" the girl shouted. "You carved it yourself." "Mira," Havel snapped. She twisted free of one woman and drove her heel into the broad man's shin. He cursed and stumbled. The second woman pulled the rope tight and jerked Mira off balance. Geralt moved before the girl struck the ground, caught her by the upper arm, and held her upright. The square tightened around him. Mira stared at his face, then at the swords. "You came late," she said. Havel stepped forward and told him to take his hand from her. Geralt did. The 2 women seized her again, though neither of them met his eyes. One was old enough to be her mother and had been weeping, and the other had a strip of black cloth tied over her hair. Geralt asked what the girl had carved. "Nothing that concerned him," Havel said. Mira spat blood into the mud. "The lot, the elder's mark. They drew my name from the bowl, because he put it there." A murmur passed behind the shuttered windows, too soft to make out, then stopped. Havel planted the butt of his spear on the ground and said the girl was fevered with fear. "Untie her," Geralt said. "No," said Havel. Geralt's gaze moved from the rope to the red wool tied at every gate, and he asked what happened tonight. Havel's grip whitened round the spear shaft. The broad man bent, rubbing his shin, and told him he should leave. "Before dark? Before the moon rises?" Mira laughed once. There was no mirth in it. "He cannot. No one leaves now." The old forest answered her with another hollow knock, and this time it came from 3 directions. The men flinched. A pitchfork fell from a hand and struck the stones near the well, and nobody stooped to lift it. Geralt smelled crushed fern, damp soil, and something rank beneath both, like hide left. Too long in water. The air had been still when he entered Drennick. Now a cold draft ran down the lane from the woods, pushing dust in thin coils around his boots. Milk in the offering bowl rippled, though the well rope hung motionless. Havel turned toward the tree line and bowed his head. So did the others. The women forced Mira's chin down when she resisted, and the broad man sank to one knee in the mud. Geralt remained standing. A crow flew out of the trees. It crossed the field without beating its wings and landed on the roof above Mira, feathers clotted with clay, a ring of braided human hair hanging around its neck. The bird looked down at Geralt. One eye was black, The other was covered by a crust of yellow fungus. Its beak opened, and a woman's voice came from its throat. "Bar the doors!" The words carried across the hamlet with a wet rasp of air dragged through a dead chest. 3 more crows settled along the roof ridge. Then 5, then 12. None of them cried out. Their claws scratched softly over the thatch. Havel lowered himself to both knees. "Master of root and bough," he whispered. "The house remembers." The villagers repeated it from behind their doors. "The house remembers." Mira fought the women holding her. "The house remembers because you keep feeding it." Her mother slapped her. The blow was clumsy, half strength at most, and the woman began sobbing harder the moment it landed. "Forgive her," she said toward the crow. "She is young. She is frightened." The crow's head tilted. Geralt heard a faint scraping under the packed earth of the lane, roots moving below. They pressed close to the surface, making long ridges in the mud between the stones. One passed beneath Havel's knees. Another slid under the dropped pitchfork, lifted it slightly, then let it fall. The Witcher's medallion stayed quiet against his chest. The thing had no need to draw near. Geralt looked at the girl's bound wrists. The rope had been rubbed with ash and grease, sprigs of juniper woven through the strands. Around her neck hung a small disc of birch wood, marked with a spiral, 9 cuts around its edge, one deeper than the rest, freshly cut. His eyes went to the bronze key at Havel's chest. "What does it open?" Havel did not look up. The crow spoke again before moonrise and spread its wings, and every shutter in Drennick slammed shut at once. The sound rolled from house to house until the hamlet had sealed itself like a tomb. When it ended, the crows lifted off the roof in one black cloud and went for the forest. The roots beneath the lane sank back into the earth. Dust settled. The milk in the bowl grew still. Only the girl stayed on her feet beside Geralt. Her mother's hand shook around the rope. Havel got up slowly, mud darkening both knees of his trousers, his face gone gray. "You see now?" he said. Geralt looked toward the old wood. Between 2 black trunks, far past the fields, something stood taller than any man. Antlers spread up through the branches, but there was no stag's body beneath them, only a narrow shape dressed in bark and hanging moss. Then the leaves shifted and the shape was gone. "I see a leshen," Geralt said. Havel's mouth tightened. "Names bring notice," he said, and Geralt told him it had already noticed, and the elder shook his head and said the Witcher did not understand what held here. Geralt turned from the woods and faced him. "Then tell me." For several breaths, Havel said nothing. Behind him, the men gathered up their tools and backed toward their homes. The woman in black pulled Mira toward the house, but the girl dug her heels into the mud and told him to tell the Witcher what he gave it. Her mother covered her mouth. Havel looked older than he had a minute before. "Come inside." Geralt did not move. "Untie her first." The elder glanced at the forest. Somewhere beyond the fields, a branch cracked, and Mira's mother made a small sound in her throat, and Havel nodded once. The woman in black fumbled at the knots. The rope dropped from Mira's wrists, leaving red bands around the skin. She stepped away from all of them and rubbed the feeling back into her hands, her eyes fixed on Geralt, as though he had opened a door no one else could see. Havel lifted the bronze key from his chest. "It has been 27 years, 27 winters without hunger, 27 harvests without blight. No wolf has taken a child inside our boundary, no sickness has emptied a house." Geralt watched the key turn slowly between the elder's fingers. And tonight, Havel looked toward the darkening trees. Tonight we pay. Havel's house stood apart from the others, larger by one room and older by a generation. Smoke had blackened the beams. Every lintel bore the same spiral cut into Mira's birch token, and the mark repeated on the shutters, on the hearthstone, even on the wooden bowls stacked beside the table. Geralt entered last. Havel barred the door behind him and turned the bronze key in a lock fixed to a narrow plank set into the floor, the plank lifted on iron hinges. Beneath it was a square opening and a flight of steps going down under the house, and the air that came up carried wax, mold, and old blood. Mira stood near the hearth with her mother beside her. The broad man from the square had followed them in and now kept a hand on Mira's shoulder. She threw it off. "Touch me again, Oleg." The man lowered his hand. His face reddened. He said nothing. Havel took a rushlight from the wall, lit it at the hearth, and told them down. Geralt glanced at the windows. Beyond the shutters, feet hurried through the lane as the villagers finished securing their homes, and a child cried until someone hushed it with a hand or a cloth. From the edge of the fields came another measured knock. 3 strokes. A pause. 1. Mira's mother crossed herself. The passage beneath the house was low enough that Geralt had to bow his head. Earth pressed close on both sides, held back by oak boards dark with damp. Havel went first with the light, then Mira, then her mother and Oleg, leaving Geralt at the rear, where he could watch them all. The steps ended in a cellar no larger than a stable stall. 9 shelves had been cut into the walls, each holding a clay jar sealed with black wax, a name scratched into every lid. Geralt read them in the weak yellow light. Anka, Lut, Dobromir, Kazia. Names, years, and the same spiral under each. 26 jars. The last shelf stood empty. Mira saw where he was looking. Mine. Her mother began to weep without sound. Havel set the rushlight on a stone ledge. At the center of the floor stood a block of oak split by age, and on it lay a shallow iron bowl, a bone-handled knife, and a coil of new rope rubbed with gray ash. Geralt went to the jars and asked what was in them. Hair, Havel said, nails, a tooth, if one could be taken before the leaving. Mira's hands curled into fists, and afterward, Geralt said, and the elder's eyes settled on the iron bowl. Blood from the stone, earth from beneath the body, whatever remained that could be brought home. Geralt lifted one jar. The wax was cracked, and something inside shifted with a soft scrape. Why keep them here? Because the bond must have a house. The answer came too quickly in the voice of a thing, said many times. Geralt put the jar back and asked whose house, and Havel looked up toward the beams and said the village. No, yours. Oleg moved between them and told him to mind his tongue. Geralt turned his head. Oleg stopped. The cellar felt smaller around the broad man, and whatever he had meant to do died before it reached his hands. Havel drew the bronze key from his belt and closed it in his fist. My father kept them. His father before him kept other things, in another place, before the first bargain failed. Another place? The elder's mouth tightened. Mira stepped closer and said to tell him about Velna. Her mother seized her sleeve. Enough. And Mira said it again. Tell him or I will. Havel looked at Geralt. There had been a hamlet north of here, he said, smaller than Drennick, standing by the old charcoal pits. Geralt said he'd seen no houses. There are none now. The flame on the rushlight leaned, though no wind came into the cellar. Havel dropped his voice. They fed the wood poorly, he said, a goat 1 year, a condemned thief the next. Then they withheld the tithe altogether and set fire to the sacred grove. What happened? Roots broke their walls. Wolves came through the roofs. By dawn, there was no one left to bury. Mira's mother covered her ears. Geralt studied Havel's face. The elder believed every word of it, which did not make any of it true. He asked whether Havel had seen it, and Havel said he had seen the smoke from here, that he was 12. And the bodies? No bodies. Then you saw a fire. Oleg spat against the wall and said the Witcher thought them fools. Geralt said fear remembers what serves it. Havel's jaw worked. You came asking what holds here? This is what holds. Geralt took the bone-handled knife from the oak block. The blade was narrow, blackened along one edge, stained near the point. Runes had been cut into the bone, crude but deliberate. Elder speech, poorly copied. He turned it toward the light. The marks did not promise protection. They named possession. Mira watched his face and asked what it said. Havel reached for the knife. Geralt shifted it out of reach. It names the bearer as given, he said. Her mother sagged against the wall. Mira did not move. Given until death? Longer. Nobody spoke. Then something scraped across the roof above them, once. Then again, traveling from one end of the house to the other, slow and heavy, the way antler tips would drag over thatch. Dust sifted down between the beams in a fine shower. Oleg stared upward with his lips parted. Havel snatched the knife out of Geralt's loose fingers and set it back on the block, squaring it carefully alongside the bowl. It hears discord, he whispered. Geralt looked at him. It hears obedience. The scraping stopped. From beyond the cellar wall came a faint rustle of leaves, impossible under 6 feet of packed earth. The clay jars began to tick against their shelves, and one by one the wax seals darkened as moisture welled out of them. Mira's mother stepped toward the stairs. A root punched through the wall beside her head and she screamed and fell. It was no thicker than a wrist, pale under torn bark, the tip wet with black soil. It curved through the air as though scenting. Fine tendrils opened along it and turned toward Mira. Geralt drew steel. One cut took the probing end off. Dark sap struck the wall and smoked where it landed. The buried root recoiled, thrashing back through the earth, and boards cracked, and soil came down into the cellar in heavy clods. Up, Geralt said. Oleg got Mira's mother onto her feet. Havel snatched up the rushlight and took them toward the stairs while more roots pressed at the boards, bowing them inward, and Geralt backed after the villagers, with his sword up, listening to the wood groan under the strain. A second root broke through near his ankle. He stamped on it, pinned it under his boot, cut through it where it met the wall. The blade bit. Then the thing wound itself around the steel and tightened like a snake, and he had to wrench his wrist to free the sword before he kicked the severed length into the iron bowl. It writhed in there, beating at the rim, until he touched the rushlight to the sap, and the fire took it. Blue flame ran over the bark. Something deep beneath the floor gave a concussion strong enough to shake the jars off their shelves, and clay burst around Geralt's boots. Hair, teeth, yellowed parings of nails spilling out into the dirt. Havel cried out and dropped to his knees and started gathering the remains up with both hands. Leave them, Geralt said. You do not know what you have done. Another jar broke, then another, and then the cellar wall came inward. Roots pushed through in a braided mass, thick as a man's body, shouldering beams aside and flinging earth across the floor. Havel vanished under the fall. Oleg hauled him out by the collar. Mira caught the rushlight before it went out. Geralt shoved his sword into its sheath and spread his left hand, and Ard hit the collapsing wall, driving soil and roots back for a heartbeat, opening a narrow way to the stairs. It wouldn't hold. He pushed Havel at it. "Move!" They climbed while the cellar came apart behind them. Mira reached the house first and threw herself up through the floor opening. Oleg pushed her mother after her, and Havel came on hands and knees with the bronze key gripped so hard the teeth cut into his palm. Geralt came last. The moment he was clear, the stairs went under a surge of earth, and the plank slammed up, shattered against the table, and threw splinters the length of the room. A root drove through the gap, found the ceiling beam, and curled around it. Mira still had the rushlight. Geralt put a hand out for it, said, "Give it here," and she passed it over. He set the flame to the hanging strips of bark. The root shrank from it, and its grip on the beam loosened, and he hacked once with steel, cut it near the floor, and booted the burning length back down the hole. Oleg and Havel dragged the oak table across the opening. Something struck from below and lifted one side of it, but the weight held long enough for Geralt to wedge an iron poker through the latch rings. The house went quiet. Outside, dogs started barking all across Drennick. It rose in separate yards, 2 or 3 animals at first, then every dog in the hamlet, the barking deepening into snarls. Chains rattled, wood broke. Havel leaned on the table with blood dripping off his palm and said the jars, and Geralt told him they were broken. "You burned one of the roots beneath the house. It was trying to take the girl before your ceremony." "No," Havel shook his head violently. "It was warning us." Mira's mother hit him. The blow turned his face aside and nobody moved. She stood shaking in front of him, with one hand pressed over her mouth, as though the other had appalled her. Tears dried in pale tracks down her cheeks, and she whispered that he had said the girl would be safe until the stone. Havel touched the red mark coming up on his skin. Oleg looked away. Geralt bent and picked up the bone-handled knife, which had come off Havel's belt on the climb, and asked how the choice was made. The elder said nothing. Mira answered instead. "By lot. One name from every house with an unmarried child over 16. The names go into a bowl at the spring feast. Havel draws one." Geralt turned the knife and looked along its edge. "And you saw him carve yours," he said. She had seen him leaving this house 3 nights ago, with birch shavings on his coat, she told him. And yesterday she'd found a strip under his bench with her name cut into it twice. Havel rounded on her. Her father had opposed the old ways, he said, stirred others against the tithe. "So you chose me? The house chooses. Your hand drew the lot. My hand serves Drennick." Something heavy struck a door across the lane. A woman screamed. The snarling broke into yelps and then stopped, one dog at a time. Geralt crossed to the shutter and opened it a finger's width. A gray shape moved through the dusk, and then another. Wolves were coming into the hamlet from both ends of the lane, big, thin, silent, strips of red wool trailing from their necks. Their eyes gave nothing back. One stood over the body of a dog near the well and did not feed. It was looking at Havel's house. Behind it, villagers watched through gaps in their shutters, and none of them came out. The wolf lifted its muzzle, and out of the forest came the answer, A long call with no beast's voice in it anywhere. Havel sank onto a stool and said they must begin early. Geralt closed the shutter. No. The elder stared at him. The procession went at moonrise, Geralt said, and until then she stayed here. You cannot keep her, Havel said. I can keep you from taking her. Oleg came forward with fear setting hard in his face. There were 27 houses in Drennick, he said. 20, Geralt said. 20 families then. Children in each of them, old folk who couldn't run. Would he wager the lot of them against one girl? Geralt looked at Mira. She stood by the hearth, with her jaw set and her wrists raw where the rope had bitten, and her mother had hold of her arm with both hands now, not restraining her, just holding on. No wager, Geralt said. The bargain is already failing. Havel got up. The fields were full, he said. The winter stores were dry. No sickness had touched them. The Leshen reached beneath your house before the appointed hour. It marked your knife to claim what you buried. It sent wolves into your lane while your doors were barred. Geralt laid the blade on the table between them. A bargain has terms. This has appetite. A low thump came up from below the floor, and the table shifted on its legs. Mira's mother flinched. Geralt kept his eyes on Havel and asked where the stone was. The elder said nothing, so Geralt took the bronze key out of his bleeding hand and asked again. Havel looked toward the shuttered window, toward the wolves out there in the dusk. At the eastern tree line, he said, past the rye, there is a path of white stones. And the sacred oak? The elder's face changed, and that was answer enough. Mira saw it too and said he knows. Havel shut his eyes. The grove lay beyond the offering stone, he said, and no one entered it and came back. Geralt slid the key into his belt. Tonight someone will. Moonrise found Drennick without lamps. The last color had gone out of the sky and left the hamlet under a thin silver wash that picked out every roof and fence and made the spaces between them deeper. No hearthlight got past the shutters. The wolves stayed in the lane, lying on their bellies like dogs outside a master's door, heads raised toward Havel's house. Inside, the villagers had come for Mira. They filled the room shoulder to shoulder, men and women in dark wool, some barefoot, some carrying candles cupped in their palms. Not one of them had a proper weapon. A threshing flail leaned against one man's leg. Another held a pruning hook. Most had brought only rope, bowls, and bundles of thorn. Geralt stood by the door with his arms folded. Mira had changed into a plain white shift, and her mother had braided her short hair, as well as it could be braided, juniper woven through it. She'd allowed that much. Her face hardened when Havel came over with the birch disc and told her she would wear it. No. His gaze went to Geralt. The Witcher gave no sign. Havel lowered the token and said the rite couldn't proceed without the mark, and Mira told him to let it fail then. A murmur went round the room. One of the women started praying under her breath. Oleg stood near the hearth, watching the floor as if roots might come through it again. Geralt pushed off the wall. Put it on her. Mira turned on him sharp. So you can reach the stone, he said. So the thing comes where I need it. Her mother's fingers tightened around the braid. Havel searched his face. You said you would stop us. I said you wouldn't be given. That mark names her. I know. Mira put her hand out. Havel set the disc in it, and she looked down at the spiral a moment and then slipped the cord over her own head. The wood settled against her breast. She asked if he had a plan, and he said enough of one, and she said that wasn't much comfort. It isn't meant to be. She nodded once. Havel motioned to the women and they brought the rope forward, but Geralt took it from them before they could reach her. Ash and grease had stiffened the fibers. He wrapped it around Mira's wrists, crossed the ends, tied a knot loose enough to cut with one pull. Havel watched all of it. Too slack, Geralt tightened the rope until it pressed the skin, and Mira did not flinch. He asked if that was better. The elder looked away. Outside, the wolves rose together. Their claws clicked over the stones as they moved out of the lane and formed two lines leading toward the eastern field. The villagers nearest the shutters recoiled, though no beast came near the walls. Havel lifted the bone-handled knife and told them to open the door. Nobody moved. He had to say it a second time before Oleg stepped forward and raised the bar, and then the cold came in, smelling of wet bark and distant rain and animal breath. The first wolf waited at the threshold. Its muzzle was gray with age, and a strip of red wool hung from one ear, tied in the same knot as those on Drennick's gate posts. It looked past Oleg and fixed its eyes on Mira. Her mother made a choking sound. Geralt stepped between them. The wolf's lips drew back off dark gums. Geralt held its stare until the animal lowered its head and turned aside, not retreating, only taking its place at the front of the waiting line. Havel went out first. The villagers followed in pairs, candles cupped against the wind. Mira walked near the middle with her mother on one side and Geralt on the other, and Oleg came behind carrying the iron bowl from the cellar, scrubbed clean but still streaked where the burning root had struck it. Nobody spoke. The procession passed the well and entered the eastern rye field, where white stones marked a narrow path between the stalks, each one painted with a black spiral. The wolves paced beyond the grain. Their backs showed and vanished as they moved. At the field's edge, Havel began to chant, "Root beneath us, bough above us, tooth beyond the fold. Keep the frost from seed and hand. Keep the hunger from the door." The villagers answered in a low, uneven voice, "Take what is owed." And Mira's mother stumbled on the words. Havel repeated the chant, and this time the response came louder, fear lending its strength. Then the rye bent away from the path. No wind touched Geralt's face, yet the stalks bowed outward in two long waves, clearing a passage wider than the stones. Black beetles crawled up the stems and gathered along the heads of grain, their shells glistening like oil. Mira stared at them. "Does that happen every year?" Her mother nodded without looking up. The path descended toward the tree line where branches had been woven into an arch between two ancient beeches. Skulls hung from it by leather thongs. Fox, hare, dog, one small enough to have belonged to a child's goat. Fresh moss covered the wood, and out of that moss grew tiny white flowers with red centers. Beyond the arch stood the offering stone. It rose waist-high from a clearing where no grass grew, its sides marked with rust-colored stains. A shallow channel cut across the top and running down toward the roots of a black oak at the clearing's edge. Not the sacred tree, Geralt judged, only a feeder. The wolves stopped outside the ring of bare earth. Havel raised his knife and told them to bring her, and the villagers closed around Mira. For the first time since leaving the house, she pulled back. Her mother clutched her arm, tears running freely now. Havel told her to walk. Mira planted her feet. Oleg stepped forward, and Geralt put a hand against his chest and held him where he was. "I'll take her." Havel hesitated, then nodded. Geralt gripped the rope between Mira's wrists and led her into the clearing. The air changed at once. Warmth left it, Every sound from the hamlet vanished, though Drennick lay no more than 3 fields away, and even the villagers' breathing became faint. Beneath the slow creak of the trees, Geralt felt pressure behind his eyes like deep water. Mira leaned closer and asked if he could see it. He said no. She said she did, and her gaze had fixed on the black oak. A face showed in the trunk. It was no carving. Bark formed the ridge of a brow, the hollow of a cheek. A mouth stretched narrow around wooden teeth, and sap seeped from one empty eye. Geralt shifted his weight without turning toward it and told her to keep walking. The birch disc against Mira's chest had darkened with sweat. At the stone, Havel joined them. He set the iron bowl beneath the blood channel and put both hands on the knife. The villagers formed a half circle beyond the bare earth. Their candles had gone out one by one, and nobody appeared to notice. Moonlight lay on their faces, making them pale and flat. Havel began the final words. Master of root and bough, keeper of tooth and winter, Drennick opens its house. A knocking came from inside the wood. 3 strokes, a pause, 1. The wolves lowered themselves to the ground, and Havel's voice faltered, then strengthened. What was marked is brought. What was chosen is yielded. Take the blood and hold the boundary. The roots around the offering stone stirred. Thin tendrils came up out of the soil and curled over the rock, finding the old stains, and one slid toward Mira's bare foot. Geralt crushed it beneath his heel. The tendril recoiled, and a shudder ran through the clearing, leaf to leaf. Havel saw it and demanded to know what he was doing. Waiting, Geralt said. For what? The elder said. Geralt looked into the tree line. The leshen came without breaking a branch. First the antlers between the trunks, vast and pale, draped with strips of hide and dead ivy. Then the skull beneath them, long-jawed and cracked along one side. Its body followed in pieces of bark, root, and bone, taller than the beeches around it, yet narrow enough to pass between them. Crows clung to its shoulders. A wolf walked beneath each hanging hand. The villagers fell to their knees. Mira remained standing because Geralt still held the rope. The leshen stopped beyond the arch, and its skull turned toward Havel. The elder bowed until his forehead touched the earth. The house remembers. The villagers repeated the words. Geralt watched the creature's chest. Beneath the layered bark, something pulsed with a dim green light, and runes had been burned into the wood around it, older and cleaner than those on the knife. One line ran from the mark on Mira's token to the thing's breast like a shadow stretched across the ground. The leshen lifted one hand. Havel rose and seized Mira by the hair. Her mother cried out. The elder dragged the girl's head back across the offering stone and set the knife against her throat, his hand shaking so violently the blade nicked her skin. One drop of blood struck the channel. The clearing convulsed. Roots burst from the earth around the villagers' knees, not binding them but pressing against their backs, forcing them lower. Mira stared up at Geralt, and he saw fear then, raw and unhidden, though her jaw stayed clenched. Havel drew the knife back. Geralt's silver blade cleared its scabbard. The first cut took the rope from Mira's wrists. The second split the bone-handled knife in Havel's hand. Before the elder could cry out, Geralt drove his shoulder into him and sent him sprawling across the bare earth. Mira rolled from the stone. Geralt caught the birch disc on his blade, sliced the cord, and the token fell into the blood channel. He stamped on it. The wood cracked beneath his heel. A sound tore through the clearing, 2 too deep for any throat. The hanging skulls shattered against one another. The wolves sprang up snarling, and crows burst from the Leshen's shoulders. In a storm of wings, Havel crawled backward. No! No, finish it! Geralt seized the iron bowl, flung its contents over the offering stone, and drew a small clay flask from his belt. Oil spread over the old blood in a dark sheet. The Leshen strode beneath the arch. Its antlers tore both beaches open. Geralt cast Igni. Flame ran across the stone. The blood channel ignited first, a red line racing toward the black oak, and fire climbed the roots, caught the bark face, and poured into its open mouth. The tree screamed with a woman's voice. The villagers broke. Some fled toward the rye. Others curled on the ground. Beneath the roots, with their hands over their heads, Mira dragged her mother upright while Oleg stumbled after Havel. The Leshen struck. Its arm swept through the burning clearing and hit Geralt broadside. He turned with the blow, but the force threw him over the offering stone, and his silver sword left his hand and landed point first in the earth. He came down hard on one knee. A wolf lunged for Mira. Geralt scooped a fistful of hot ash off the stone and threw it into the animal's eyes. It twisted away, pawing at its muzzle, and Mira snatched up the broken half of Havel's knife and drove it into the wolf's neck. Black blood spilled over her hand. The beast dropped without a sound. Then the Leshen faced her. Geralt reached his sword first. He tore it from the ground and cut across the creature's nearest leg, silver biting through bark into the green pulse beneath. The Leshen recoiled, and the whole forest moved with it. Trees bending toward the clearing, roots breaking the soil in slow waves. From beyond the fields came the crash of timber, then another, as fences and walls began to give way. In Dranik, Havel heard it. His face emptied. "The boundary," he whispered. The black oak split from crown to root. Fire burst through the crack, and the carved face peeled away in burning sheets. And beneath it lay a bundle of human bones bound with copper wire, packed into the hollow trunk around a knot of red roots. Geralt saw the truth of the feeder. One skull bore a child's milk teeth. The Leshen turned from Mira and threw back its antlered head, and every wolf in the clearing howled. The answer came from the hamlet, screams breaking doors, the heavy grind of roots beneath houses. Geralt cut through the copper wire with silver, and the bones spilled into the flames. The green light in the Leshen's chest flickered. For one heartbeat, the creature staggered. Then it drove both hands into the ground, and the clearing erupted. Earth and stone rose around him. A root struck his wrist and knocked the sword aside. Another wrapped his ankle. He hacked through it with the broken length of Havel's knife, rolled beneath a sweeping branch, and reached Mira as the ground opened beside her. "Back to the village," he said. And when she asked, "What about that?" the Leshen tore the burning oak out of the earth, flaming roots hanging from its hands like entrails. "Get them behind stone walls. Keep no fire under thatch. Burn every marked branch you find." Mira looked toward the field where the villagers scattered between wolves and rising roots. Her mother clung to her, barely able to stand. "And you," she said. Geralt picked up his silver sword. The Leshen stepped over the ruined offering stone. "I'm coming after it." The creature struck its antlers against the branches overhead, and the wood answered with a roar. Across the rye, Dranik's first roof collapsed. The rye field broke apart beneath them. Roots rolled through the soil in long ridges. lifting white stones and throwing them aside, and the stalks folded in widening circles as wolves drove the villagers off the path, snapping at heels without yet closing their jaws. They were herding them back toward Drennick. Geralt ran beside Mira and her mother. Behind them, the Leshen crossed the clearing with the burning oak in its hands, flames crawling over its arms without consuming them. Each step sent a tremor through the field, and wherever its shadow passed, beetles poured out of the grain in black streams. "Keep her moving," Geralt said. Mira had one arm around her mother's waist and shouted back that she could not breathe. "She can walk." The woman's feet dragged. Her face had gone gray, but terror kept her upright where strength failed. Ahead, Havel and Oleg reached the edge of the field with a knot of villagers, and the first houses of Drennick stood beyond them, shutters shaking in their frames. A wolf burst through the rye on Geralt's left. He turned the silver blade flat and struck across its muzzle, driving it aside without slowing. The beast tumbled through the stalks, recovered, came again. This time he kicked the nearest white stone from the path into its forelegs. Bone cracked. The wolf went down hard, and Oleg finished it with the edge of the iron bowl, black blood splashing his trousers. He stood staring at the dead animal until Geralt told him to move. Oleg obeyed. The procession arch collapsed behind them. Both beaches tore free of the earth and fell across the path, roots thrashing, and the Leshen stepped over the trunks, its antlers burning where the oak's fire had spread to the dead ivy. The villagers saw it and lost whatever order remained. They fled in separate directions, some toward their homes, others toward the well or the livestock pens. A woman carrying a child fell in the mud, and two men trampled past her. The wolves tightened their circle. Geralt caught her by the back of her dress and hauled her upright. "To Havel's house," he said, and she said her sons were in the west cottage. "Stone walls first." She clutched the child to her chest and staggered after Mira. A roof beam crashed across the lane ahead. Tiles shattered against the well. From beneath the nearest cottage came the slow splintering of floorboards, then a shriek as roots thrust through the doorway and curled around the threshold. The house had been marked. Geralt saw the spiral carved into its lintel and shouted at them to cut every red cord, tear down the rowan. No one listened. Havel stood near the well, calling names into the confusion, telling them to get inside and bar themselves in. Geralt seized him by the shoulder and spun him round. "The marks guide it," he said, and Havel only stared. So he said it plainer: "The spirals, the wool, everything you hung in its name." Havel looked at the nearest gatepost, where red yarn fluttered in the cold wind. "That is the boundary," he said. "It is a leash." A branch punched through the shutter of the marked cottage. The scream inside stopped. Havel's face collapsed. Geralt shoved the broken half of the bone-handled knife into his hand and told him to cut them down. The elder stared at the blade. "Do it?" Havel stumbled toward the gatepost. Mira dragged her mother beneath the overhang of the smithy, one of the few buildings raised on stone, and Oleg followed, gathering anyone close enough to hear him. "Here," Mira shouted, "get inside, all of you." But the smithy door was barred from within, and Oleg pounded on it and got no answer. Geralt reached them as wolves came out at both ends of the lane. More of them now, lean bodies slipping between fences and carts. Several wore braids of human hair around their necks. One carried a child's shoe clenched in its teeth. He told them to stand aside and struck the bar through the door with Ard. The planks burst inward. Men and women screamed from the darkness beyond, huddled between the forge and the stone trough, and the smith stood in front of them with a hammer raised, his face white under the soot. "You brought it here," he said. Geralt caught the hammer head on his sword guard before it fell and told him to take the children to the rear wall. The smith tried to wrench the weapon free, saying he'd broken the offering. "Yes," Geralt said, "my boy is 7. "Then move him." For a heartbeat, the smith's rage held. Then another cottage groaned as roots lifted one corner clear of the ground, and he let go of the hammer and turned. Geralt shoved Mira and her mother through the doorway. "Keep them away from the windows," he said, and she asked what he would do. "Make the lane too costly." She caught his sleeve. Black wolf blood had dried across her knuckles. "The creature marked Havel's house beneath the floor," she said. "The jars held the dead. And if those marks guide it, then the whole village is tied to that cellar." Geralt looked back toward the elder. Havel had cut the red wool from 2 gateposts and was moving house to house with the broken knife now, hacking at cords and rowan bundles while villagers shouted at him through their shutters. "Burn them," Geralt called. The smith recoiled. "The roofs will catch. Use the forge." Mira understood first. She grabbed a pair of tongs from the wall and dragged a burning coal out from beneath the banked charcoal, and Oleg kicked an empty grain pan across to her. She dropped the cords and twigs in, then touched the coal to them. The red wool caught with a bitter green flame. A sound went through Drennick like breath drawn between teeth. Every wolf stopped. Their heads turned toward the smithy. Geralt planted himself in the doorway. The first beast came in low. He stepped outside, let it commit, brought the pommel of his sword down behind its skull. The wolf struck the stones and slid beneath him. A second leapt over the body. Geralt pivoted, cut through one foreleg and drove the blade up beneath its ribs. The others did not rush blindly, they spread. One climbed onto the well rim, 2 slipped behind the smithy, and another moved toward Havel, who had reached a house at the lane's end and was sawing at a braided cord above the door. "Havel," Geralt called. The elder turned too late. The wolf hit him from behind and drove him into the wall, jaws closing on his upper arm, and Havel screamed and stabbed wildly with the broken knife. Geralt snatched a hatchet from the smithy threshold and threw it. The blade went into the wolf's flank. It let go of Havel and twisted round toward the new pane, and before it could gather itself, the elder drove the bone knife through its eye. The beast convulsed against him. Havel shoved it off and slid down, clutching his torn arm. Then the first great branch came into the lane. It arrived over the eastern roofs, thick as a tree trunk and jointed like a finger. Tiles went. Rafters folded under it. The branch struck the well, broke the stone rim clean away, and swept across the square toward the smithy. Geralt ran. He reached the grain cart beside the forge, cut its traces, kicked the chocks out from under the wheels, and the slope did the rest. He put his shoulder to the rear board and sent the loaded cart rolling into the branch. Wood met wood with a crack that shook the whole lane. The branch smashed through the cart, but the impact turned its sweep aside, so it tore across the smithy wall instead of the open doorway and ripped loose a shower of stone and mortar. Inside, people screamed. The forge held. Geralt climbed onto the wreck of the cart as the branch recoiled, drove his silver sword through a split in the bark, and twisted. Green light flashed under the wood. The branch jerked upward and took him off the ground with it. He held on. Below him, wolves were closing around Havel. The elder had his back to the cottage wall, blood running down his fingers. Oleg came out of the smithy with the iron bowl and charged into them, roaring without words. Struck one across the head, then a second, and a third, caught his coat and dragged him sideways. Mira came after him with the smith's hammer and broke that wolf's jaw with one blow. The branch whipped toward the roofs. Geralt tore his sword free and dropped, landed on the sloping thatch of a cottage, rolled over the ridge, and came down in the lane behind the wolves. Igni would have set the whole hamlet alight. He drew a bomb instead. The clay sphere struck the stones at the center of the pack and burst in a cloud of silver splinters and powdered salt. Wolves shrieked as the fragments bit through hide and their formation came apart. Oleg dragged Havel toward the smithy, while Mira stood over the pair of them with the hammer raised. The Leshen entered Drennick. It ducked beneath the eastern gate, antlers scraping sparks from the hanging iron charms. The uprooted oak was gone from its hands. In its place, black roots wound around both arms and vanished into the earth behind it. The crows came back with it. They covered the roofs in a single heaving mass, hundreds of bodies pressed wing to wing, claws stripping moss out of the thatch. Their beaks opened together and voices spilled from them, overlapping, old and young. Anka, Lut, Dobromir, Kazia, the names from the jars. Inside the houses, villagers answered. A door opened across the lane, and an old woman stepped out with her eyes shut. "Kasia," she whispered. Another door, and a man came through carrying a candle in both hands, though the flame had long since gone out. Dobromir. The crows called again, and more bolts were drawn back, one after another down the lane. Geralt watched the thrall take the hamlet house by house. The dead called, and the living came out to meet them. "Block the doors!" he shouted. Mira ran from the smithy and threw herself against the nearest opening, shoved the old woman back inside, and dropped the bar. Oleg dragged a trough across another threshold. The Leshen lifted its skull, and the crows came down. Geralt drew a second bomb and threw it high. It burst above the lane in a blaze of white fire. Wings caught. Birds fell onto roofs and mud and beat themselves apart in panic, and the voices broke into ragged crying. Villagers dropped where they stood with their hands over their ears. The Leshen came through the smoke, and Geralt met it before the well. His first silver cut went across the ribs and carved away bark, but roots filled the wound at once. The creature's hand closed around his sword arm, fingers like branches tipped with bone. He drove his knee into the green-lit hollow beneath its breast. The blow meant little. The light did not. Close up, he could see what lay around it. 3 narrow bands cut into the bark, each with a different mark. One matched the offering stone, one matched the jars. The third was a branching crown around a single dark knot, the sacred oak. The Leshen hurled him across the lane. Geralt struck the broken well and felt the stone give under his back. His sword had gone somewhere beyond reach. The creature came on, roots rising round its feet, and Mira stepped between them, Havel's broken knife in one hand and the smith's hammer in the other. "Come and take me," she said. The Leshen stopped. The birch token was gone, crushed at the stone, yet the shallow cut in her throat still shone wet. The thing turned fully toward her, and in that instant the roots around Geralt loosened. He got a hand to the chain from the fallen well bucket. Mira waited until the Leshen reached for her, then swung the hammer into the nearest antler. Bone cracked, but didn't break. The creature's arm came down. Geralt looped the chain around its wrist, rolled beneath the blow, wound the other end around the well's surviving pillar, and pulled with both hands until the chain went tight and the Leshen's arm jerked sideways. Mira drove the bone knife into the green-lit band on its chest. The old runes flared, and every surviving jar under Havel's house shattered at once. The sound came up through the ground, faint but unmistakable. The Leshen convulsed, black fluid pouring from the wound. Mira lost her grip as it recoiled, and Geralt hauled her clear before the antlers came down on the stones. He told her to get inside. She said she'd seen it, the third mark, and asked what it was, and he said, "The root of the bond." Behind them, Havel had reached the smithy door, leaning on Olek, his bitten arm hanging useless. Geralt called across to him, asking how they reached the grove. The elder only stared at the wounded Leshen, where roots were already closing over the knife wound, and said there was no path after the stone. "There is always a path," he shook his head. Then he looked down at the bronze key hanging from Geralt's belt and said that it did not open the cellar. Geralt pulled it free. Havel pointed north to the far edge of the hamlet, where an abandoned granary stood half sunk into the earth beneath elder trees. "Under the grain floor," he said, "a gate of black roots. My father took me once." The Leshen tore free of the well chain, and stone went across the lane in pieces. Geralt caught Mira by the shoulder and pushed her toward the smithy. "Get everyone behind the forge," he told her, "and burn every mark you can find." She looked at the creature, then at the granary. "You cannot reach it through the lane." "I won't use the lane." He snatched a burning brand out of the grain pan and threw it into the nearest marked cottage. Flame went up the carved lintel. The Leshen turned toward the fire, and Geralt ran the other way. Over a fence, across a yard under a rain of burning crows, gone between the houses, while the whole eastern end of Drennick began to burn. The yard behind the Cooper's house was already under roots. They had split the pig trough, lifted the fence posts, dragged a stack of cut timber into a heap against the wall. Geralt crossed before the next surge came, put one boot on the sagging fence, and vaulted into the orchard beyond. Branches clawed at his face. The apple trees had all turned toward the center of Drennick. Every trunk leaned at the same angle, roots torn half free of the soil, leaves shaking though the air between the houses lay dead still. Small green fruit came down around him in a hard rain. Behind the roofs, the Leshen gave a call like a horn blown underground, and the orchard answered. A branch snapped down where Geralt had been standing. He rolled under it, came up beside a tree, and cut through the nearest root with silver. Sap burst black across the grass. The whole orchard recoiled, trunks wrenching back, with a groan that opened a path toward the northern granary, and he ran through it. Fire had spread across 3 cottages near the eastern lane. Smoke pressed low over the hamlet, driven flat by the wood's cold breath. Villagers were shouting from behind the smithy walls, Havel's voice raw with pain among them, calling for water that nobody dared draw from the broken well. Geralt reached the granary and found the door nailed shut. The building had sunk on one side, and the thatch had gone green with moss. Elder trees crowded the rear wall, so closely their branches lay across the roof like hands. There was no spiral cut above the lintel, no red cord hanging from the posts. That made it worse. He tore the first plank free, and the nails shrieked out of the wood. Something moved beneath the granary floor, and Geralt stopped. The sound came again. A slow pressure from below, then the faint scrape of claws. Not roots, too measured for that. He drew steel. The second plank came away, then the third, and stale grain dust breathed out of the darkness. Beyond. Inside, the granary was empty, but for 6 cracked bins and a hand mill lying overturned in one corner. The floorboards had gone black with age. Someone had cleared a trail through the dust, door to center, and fresh prints crossed it. Bare human feet. They began near the wall and ended at a square iron ring set into the floor. Geralt crouched beside the first print. Toes pointed toward the ring, heel narrowed. A child or a small woman? Another track overlapped it, then another, all of them leading down and none coming back. The Leshen called again. This time the sound came from below him. He gripped the iron ring and pulled, and the trapdoor did not move. He took out the bronze key. Its teeth were too long for any lock on the surface, but when he brushed the dust aside, he found a narrow slot cut into the iron of the ring itself. The key went in. Something clicked far beneath the floor. All 6 grain bins opened. Their front boards fell outward at once and released no grain at all. Bones poured across the floor instead. Small ribs, skulls with milk teeth still in them, finger bones tangled in rotted cord. Geralt stepped back as the remains slid around his boots. At the bottom of the nearest bin lay a Rowan switch bound with copper wire and black hair, the same crude spiral marked on one end. A child's voice whispered beneath the boards. "Open." Geralt turned the key and the trapdoor rose by itself. Cold air struck him, foul with wet earth and that sweetness underneath it. A stair went down beneath the granary, carved out of packed clay and braced with roots too smooth to be natural, pale fungus growing along them in rings and shedding just enough light to show the first dozen steps. Behind him the bones shifted, skulls turned in the dust. Geralt drew a vial from his belt, drank, and felt the bitterness spread beneath his tongue. The darkness sharpened. Fine seams showed in the roots lining the stair, each one pulsing faintly as sap moved through it. He went down. Before he reached the 5th step, the trapdoor had closed above him, and the dark pressed in, and he did not look back. The passage narrowed as it went. Roots wove through the walls in tight braids, passing over one another like veins, and between them lay scraps of cloth, locks of hair, dried flowers, small carved animals, all of it pressed into the earth as offerings. At the 20th step, the whispering began. Voices through the roots, faint and broken. A mother calling a name. A boy asking for water. Someone singing 2 lines of a harvest song before the words came apart into coughing. Geralt kept moving. The stair ended at a gate. It had been grown rather than built. 2 walls of black roots, interlocked floor to ceiling, and at the center a knot of pale wood formed the shape of a lock. The bronze key fit. When he turned it, the roots withdrew one by one with a wet, tearing sound, earth dropping off them in clods, and beyond lay a tunnel, sloping upward beneath the forest. A man waited on the other side. He wore a white shift stained brown to the knees, and his hair hung in thin gray strings around a face collapsed by age. One eye was gone. Roots entered his back and came out through his chest and held him upright that way. Geralt raised his sword. The man's remaining eye opened. "Havel?" The voice came as a dry scrape. "No." The man looked at the key in Geralt's hand and said, "His father, then." Geralt told him the father was dead. A root tightened inside the man's ribs. He gasped, but he did not cry out. "Good," Geralt came forward slowly and asked who he was. Petar, the man said, of Velna, the lost hamlet. Geralt stopped within sword reach and said Velna had burned, and Petar answered that Drennick had burned it. The roots twitched around him. His head sagged and came up again under their pull. They had shared the wood, he said, shared hunger, shared fear. Then Havel's father found the thing beneath the oak and offered it a village. Yours? First ours. The whispering in the tunnel grew louder, names passing through the roots, far more of them than had come from Havel's cellar. Petar swallowed against the wood through his throat and told how they had marked the doors of Velna, bound Velna's dead beneath their own granary, so that when the Legion came it followed the signs. Drennick had stood and watched the smoke. Geralt looked back toward the sealed gate. The bones in those bins had never been offerings from Drennick. They were anchors taken out of Velna. Why keep you alive? Peter's mouth opened in something that might once have been a smile. A witness is a root with memory. A tremor went through the tunnel, and dust came down from the ceiling. Far above, the Leshen had entered the northern end of the hamlet. Geralt felt the movement through the soil, a weight crossing from house to house. He asked how to sever the bond. Petar's eye moved toward the tunnel behind him. 3 ties, he said, the stone, the dead, the oak. The stone had fed it, the dead had named its ground, and the oak held its heart. When Geralt asked what protected the oak, the answer came back, all that was buried without rest. The roots tightened again, forcing Petar's chest open around them. Dark fluid ran down the shift. Fire alone will wake them. Silver alone will cut bodies. The old ring must be closed. What ring? Geralt said, and Petar gave him the making of it. Rowan ash, salt, blood freely given. Geralt's expression hardened. Whose blood? Petar looked at the bronze key. The keeper's line opened the house. The keeper's line closes it. Havel. A roar rolled through the earth. The fungus along the walls dimmed, then flared green. The Leshen knew where he was. Petar's body jerked upright, his mouth opened, and the voice that came out was not his. Thief. It came from every root at once. Geralt cut. Silver passed through the roots behind Petar's shoulders, and the old man dropped forward, half falling into his arms while the severed growth thrashed against the walls. Petar breathed once, shallow and wet. Down the tunnel, he whispered, before it closes. Geralt lowered him to the earth. The roots came for the body. He spread his hand and cast Yrden across the ground, and the sign burned violet beneath Petar, slowing the reaching tendrils as though they had gone into deep water. He dragged the old man clear of the first grasping coil and set him against the wall and asked whether he could walk. Petar looked down at his ruined legs. No. The tunnel buckled. Roots burst from the ceiling ahead, stabbing into the floor, sealing the passage a length at a time. Geralt drew a second vial, poured the oil along his steel, and touched a flame to it with Igni. Blue fire ran over the edge. He struck the first barrier where it joined, and the burning steel went through, sap flashing into vapor. He drove shoulder first into the gap before the roots could close and forced his way onward. Behind him, Petar began to laugh. The sound followed him up the tunnel, thin and breathless, until the roots reached him and it stopped. Geralt climbed. The passage twisted beneath the forest, rising and falling between buried stones. Roots came at him from changing angles, some striking like spears, others knotting round his boots. He burned through one wall, cut beneath another, levered a third aside with the flat of the blade before it could crush his ribs. The voices grew with every step. They were not whispering now. The dead of Velna called up through the soil in one great murmur, pressed into the Leshen's will. Their grief sharpened into teeth. Hands formed briefly out of the mud along the walls and clawed at his coat. Faces opened in the roots, mouths stretching around splinters. He reached a fork. The left passage smelled of smoke off Drennick. The right carried cold air and the resinous breath of living pine. He chose the right. The tunnel narrowed until he had to turn sideways. A root looped round his sword wrists and dragged him against the wall. Another closed across his throat. Geralt released the sword. The blade fell point down and lodged between stones. He drew the silver dagger from his boot with his free hand and cut the root at his neck, and the pressure broke all at once. He seized the fallen sword, drove it upward through the growth holding his wrist, and twisted until the root split along its grain. The whole passage recoiled from him. Moonlight showed ahead. Geralt forced through the last curtain of roots and came out into the grove, where the sacred oak stood at the center, larger than Havel's house, its trunk broad enough to hold a chamber inside it. Antlers, skulls, and strips of faded cloth covered the lower branches. The bark had grown around hundreds of iron nails, each one pinning a lock of hair or a carved name to the tree. 3 figures knelt at the base with their backs to him, white shifts, heads hanging forward. Geralt approached. One was a young man with his throat opened ear to ear. Beside him knelt an old woman missing both hands, and the third was a girl no older than Mira, her braided hair still threaded with dry juniper, previous offerings. Roots entered their spines and held them upright before the oak. The girl lifted her head. Her eyes were full of green light. "He comes," she said. Every skull in the branches turned toward Drennick. Through the trees, the hamlet burned orange under the black sky, and the Leshen's shape moved among the houses, taller than the roofs. Geralt sheathed his dagger and studied the ground around the oak. 9 stones formed a broken circle beneath the leaves, 5 upright, 4 fallen inward and gone under roots. The old ring. He stepped toward the nearest buried stone. The dead girl rose, and so did the other 2, limbs moving under the root's command, bones cracking as they turned to face him. More shapes pulled free of the earth around the grove, one after another. Villagers of Velna and offerings from Drennick, bound in bark and grave cloth. Geralt drew silver. The dead closed the circle, and above them the sacred oak opened its eyes. The first corpse came with both hands raised, roots driving its arms from behind, forcing the dead man into a clumsy rush across the broken ring. Geralt stepped inside the reach, cut the root at the elbow, and turned his blade before the body could fall. Silver passed through the growth, entering its spine. The green light left its eyes, and the corpse collapsed without blood. 3 more moved behind it. He retreated toward the nearest standing stone, keeping the sacred oak beyond them. The dead did not hunt by sight. Their heads turned after the scrape of his boots, the ring of silver, the breath he drew through his teeth, and the roots under the leaves shifted with each movement, carrying the warning through the grove. He kicked a fallen branch into the dark. 5 corpses turned toward the sound. Geralt crossed the other way and reached the first buried stone. Only its rounded edge showed beneath a web of roots. He drove his sword point under the thickest coil, braced 1 foot against the earth and levered upward, and the root stretched, fibers creaking, while the dead converged from both sides. A woman in a moldered shift seized his shoulder. Geralt let go of the sword, caught her wrist, and pulled her across his back. She struck the stone hard enough to split her jaw. Before the roots could raise her again, he drew the silver dagger and severed the cords at the base of her skull. A dead boy lunged low. Geralt caught his collar, turned him aside, and drove the dagger through the knot of bark beneath one ear. The body went limp against him. He lowered it rather than throwing it down, then reclaimed his sword. The sacred oak groaned. Its eyes had opened as black hollows in the trunk, deep and wet around the rims, and between them a vertical split widened slowly through the bark. Green light moved inside it, pulsing to the same rhythm as the roots beneath the grove. Geralt cut through the coil covering the stone. The root snapped back and lashed across his face. Blood warmed his cheek. He shoved the blade deeper and tore away another strand until the fallen stone rolled free enough to grip. It was heavier than it looked. He set his shoulder beneath it and heaved, and the stone rose a hand's breadth, slid through the leaves, and struck the waiting hollow in the circle. The instant it settled upright, a thin line of pale light ran from it to the next standing marker. One gap closed. The dead stopped, heads tilting together toward the restored stone. Then the oak pulled harder. Roots tightened through their bodies, spines arched, limbs straightened with sharp cracks. And the corpses rushed him as one. Geralt cast Quen. The first blow struck the shield in a burst of golden light, and a root-bound man rebounded into two others, tangling their steps. Geralt moved before the sign faded, cutting low through the growth that joined their ankles to the earth. The bodies fell. He passed among them, taking roots instead of limbs, severing the green-lit cords wherever they entered flesh. Each cut dimmed the oak's inner glow for a heartbeat. None of the dead stayed free for long. New tendrils pushed from the soil and sought them, creeping into mouths and wounds. Geralt seized the body of the juniper-haired girl and dragged her beyond the standing stones. The roots followed her. They crossed the restored line and smoked, recoiling from the pale light, and left her body still at last. Geralt understood the circle then. It did more than hold the tree. It denied the oak what lay outside it. A chorus of voices rose from the branches, from the nailed skulls, saying, "Bring her, bring the market blood." Mira's name passed from mouth to mouth. The sacred oak opened wider. Inside the split trunk, something hung in a chamber of red wood, a mass of roots wrapped around bone, antler, and a dark, beating knot with copper bands running through it. Each band bore names cut so closely together they resembled scales. The Leshen's heart had been grown. From the village's dead, Geralt reached for the second fallen stone. A hand caught his ankle from beneath the leaves. He slashed downward, but the body below rolled aside, and fingers tightened around his boot. More hands broke through the earth, gray and soil-clotted, followed by heads, shoulders, and torsos dragged upward by roots. Velna had been buried beneath the grove. The ground opened around him. Geralt tore his foot free and jumped onto the nearest standing stone as corpses rose across the ring, some in charred clothing, others bearing axe wounds, crushed skulls, and the black marks of smoke around their mouths. Children came up among them, roots threaded through small ribs. There were too many to cut one by one. He sheathed silver and drew a cloth packet from his belt, Samum would stun flesh. Grape shot would tear bodies apart and leave the roots. Fire would feed the dry grove before the ring was ready. He took out moon dust. The bomb burst against the oak's lower trunk, and silver powder spread in a shining cloud, clinging to bark, roots, and dead flesh, settling into every seam. The green light faltered. Roots stiffened where the dust touched them, and all across the grove the dead slowed. Geralt jumped down. He ran through them while their limbs dragged against the silver coating, reached the second buried marker, and found it wedged beneath two roots, thicker than his thigh. Cutting both would take too long. He looked at the oak. One copper band left the heart, ran into the ground, and led directly toward the stone. Geralt drove his sword into the soil beside it, and the point struck metal. He cleared the earth with both hands until a copper chain emerged, green with age, wound around the stone's base. The ring had not broken by chance. Someone had pulled its markers inward and chained them to the oak. Havel's father, or the father before him. Geralt wedged the silver edge beneath the chain and struck the pommel with his palm. The first blow scored the copper, the second bent it, and on the third a link split. The released stone lurched from the earth. The oak screamed. Its voice struck the grove like a falling tree, and birds rose for miles around, though none had roosted near the place. Geralt's hearing narrowed to a dull roar. The moon-dusted dead collapsed. Then the heart inside the oak beat once, and the silver powder blew from the trunk. Roots erupted beneath Geralt and hurled him across the ring. He struck a standing stone shoulder first and dropped beside it, his sword spinning away through the leaves. The sacred oak reached for him. Branches bent down from above, each one tipped with sharpened twigs and nails drawn out of the bark. They came down in a rapid storm, piercing the soil where he rolled. One tore through his sleeve and opened the flesh underneath. Another caught his sword belt and pinned it flat to the ground. Geralt drew his dagger, cut the belt free, and came up inside the reach of the branches, where he seized the loose copper chain. The sacred oak pulled back. He wrapped the chain around his forearm and held on, and for one breath man and tree strained against one another. Then he stepped toward the trunk instead of resisting, letting the pull carry him beneath the striking branches until he reached the opening. The heart hung an arm's length within. Green light flooded his face. The roots around the knot writhed and shaped themselves into mouths, and the mouths spoke in the voices he had heard beneath the granary. Thief, murderer, given, owed. One word laid over the next, until they blurred. Geralt drove the silver dagger into the nearest copper band. Light burst through the trunk. The blade sank halfway and stopped, caught on bone and hardened root, so he put both hands on the hilt and forced it deeper. The grove convulsed. Every dead body rose from the earth by the roots that entered it, lifted high like puppets on unseen strings, and the corpses turned toward him with their mouths open. The oak spoke through all of them at once. The house remembers. Geralt twisted the dagger, and the copper band snapped, and 1,000 whispers broke into cries. The heart shifted inside its chamber, no longer held evenly. One side sagged and exposed a wedge of dark bone beneath the roots, and cut into it Geralt saw a rune, the same branching crown he had seen on the Lycian's chest. He drew the dagger back for another strike. Something hit him from behind, The juniper-haired girl wrapped both arms around his throat. Roots had crossed the ring beneath the earth and gone into her again, and her heels dragged over the leaves as the oak pulled her backward, using her body as a noose. Geralt drove his elbow into her ribs. Bone broke. Her grip stayed where it was. He caught one of the roots passing through her wrist and cut it, felt the dead hand loosen, then turned and took her by the shoulders and shoved her against the open trunk. The green light touched her face, and for an instant her eyes cleared. She looked at Geralt. "Burn me," she whispered. The roots tightened. Her jaw opened wider than flesh allowed, and the oak spoke through her mouth. "Mine." Geralt cut the growth at her spine and pulled her free, and she fell outside the chamber, still once more. A low horn sounded through the forest. The Leshen was coming. Branches thrashed above the grove. Wolves howled along the hidden tunnel, and the firelight of Drennick brightened through the trees as another roof gave way. Geralt retrieved his silver sword and set the second stone upright. Pale light joined it to the first. 2 gaps remained. He found the third marker beneath a mound of black roots and charred bones. The copper chain binding it ran deep, protected by the dead packed around it, so he set to clearing them, cutting root after root while the grove shook under the approaching Leshen. A figure stumbled through the tunnel mouth. Mira came out between the roots with soot across her face and a blood-soaked cloth tied around one forearm, a sack over her shoulder, Havel's bronze key in her hand. Geralt turned on her and told her he'd said to stay in Drennick. "The smithy wall fell," she said. He asked after her mother, and she said alive, and that was all either of them spent on it. Behind her came Oleg, supporting Havel. The elder's bitten arm had been bound against his chest. His face shone with fever, and every step cost him something. Geralt looked from Havel to the incomplete ring. "The Keeper's blood," he said. Havel saw the oak, and whatever strength was left in him went out. He dropped to his knees before the open trunk and said his father had told him it was sealed. "His father chained the stones to it," Geralt said. The elder stared at the dead rising all through the grove, faces from Velna turning toward him one by one. His mouth moved. No words came out of it. Mira threw down the sack. Rowan branches spilled out along with salt, ash from the burned marks, and a clay jug stoppered with wax. "They had brought what he called for," she said. Geralt pointed to the broken ring. 4 stones, rowan ash between them, salt over the line. Nothing crosses once it closes. Oleg looked toward the tunnel, where wolves were moving in the darkness with the green light catching in their eyes, and asked about the Leshen. Geralt picked up his silver sword. "It enters first." The wolves reached the grove first. They came through the tunnel in a gray flood, bodies scraping the roots on either side, eyes fixed on Havel where he knelt before the oak. Oleg set his feet at the narrow mouth and raised the iron bowl in both hands, though his arms were shaking already. "Hold them there," Geralt told him. "With this," Oleg said, "until it bends." The first wolf leapt. Oleg caught it on the bowl's rim, and the impact drove him back a step, but the iron turned the jaws aside. He struck downward and crushed the beast between the bowl and the packed earth, then dragged the rim free as another came over the body. Mira seized a rowan branch out of the sack and thrust it into the tunnel like a spear. The wolf snapped at the leaves. Geralt struck flint to the strip of oil-soaked cloth bound around the branch's end. Flame bloomed between its jaws. The beast recoiled into the ones behind it, and burning fur filled the passage with a bitter stink. Oleg rammed the iron bowl into the tangled pack and held them where the roots narrowed. "Now," Geralt said. Mira ran to the nearest gap in the stone circle and scattered ash in a thick line across the leaves, then followed it with salt from the sack. Her wounded arm trembled each time she reached down. The line stayed unbroken. Geralt went to the third fallen marker. The copper chain still held it under the roots, and he cut into the binding with silver, while the sacred oak strained above him, branches creaking toward the break in the ring. The heart inside the trunk beat harder now, every pulse throwing green light across the dead faces turned toward Havel. One of them spoke, a charred man with half a beard and a split skull. "Keeper." Havel looked up and more mouths opened around him. "Son of the house, blood of the hand, open what was closed." The elder crawled backward, dragging his wounded arm, saying he had not chosen Velna. "No," Mira said, still pouring the salt. "You chose me." A branch came down toward her. Geralt saw its shadow move before the wood did, and he drew a throwing knife and sent it through the strip of cloth tied around the branch. The blade pinned the cloth to the oak's trunk. The branch jerked aside and struck the leaves where Mira had been standing. "Do not stop," he said. She did not. Copper snapped beneath Geralt's sword, and the third stone rolled free. Havel watched him set it upright. Pale light joined the restored markers and swept round most of the grove, leaving one dark opening near the tunnel. And the dead pressed against the shining line with their roots smoking where they touched it. Oleg shouted. The iron bowl had folded inward between a wolf's jaws. He flung it aside and caught the beast by the red wool around its neck, its claws raking his coat as he twisted the cord around his fist and pulled the animal against the burning rowan branch. Mira drove the flaming end in beneath its ribs. The wolf fell across the tunnel mouth. More climbed over it. Geralt reached for the final marker, and the earth burst beneath his hand. A root coiled round his forearm and tore him away from the stone. He hit the ground on his back. Another root wound across his chest and pinned his sword arm, while the oak opened wider above him. The heart turned within the trunk. A long bone shifted through the tangled roots, and Geralt saw the branching crown carved into it flare with green fire. Mira ran toward him. "Finish the line," he said, and she hesitated only a breath before turning toward the fourth stone. Geralt drove the heel of his free hand into the root, across his chest. Quen flashed at the point of impact, not as a shield around him, but as a hard burst between flesh and wood. The root split loose. He rolled, cut the coil from his arm, and came up as the forest beyond the grove began to bow. The Leshen arrived. Antlers moved above the branches, like the ribs of a dead ship, crows pouring around its skull. The wound Mira had opened in its chest had closed beneath new bark, though green light leaked through the seams. It stopped outside the incomplete circle. The dead turned toward it. So did the wolves. Havel got to his feet, unsteady, staring up into the creature's skull. His face had gone slack. His lips moved around words nobody else could hear. The Leshen put out one hand, and Havel stepped toward the gap. Mira threw the salt sack at his feet. It hit his shins and burst, white grains scattering across the ground between him and the creature. Havel stopped with one boot hanging above the line, shaking so hard his teeth clicked together. "Look at me," Mira said. He didn't. So she slapped him hard enough that the crack of it carried through the grove, and Havel blinked. "The house chooses," she said. "Does it?" The Leshen's fingers closed. Roots came up behind the elder and shoved him forward, and Geralt cut them before they reached his legs. The last stone. Havel looked at the buried marker, then at the open heart inside the oak. The dead of Velna were pressed up against the pale line, mouths working around his name. He said, "My blood." And Geralt tossed him the broken bone-handled knife. Havel caught it against his chest. "Freely," Geralt said. The elder stared at the blade. Behind him, the Leshen entered the gap, its first step crossing the ash without harm, the second scattering salt beneath a root-bound foot. The pale line dimmed. Wherever its shadow fell, it did not break. Geralt moved to meet it. Silver struck the creature's wrist and carved through bark, and the Leshen answered with an antlered sweep that drove him beneath a low branch. He rolled across. The ash line came up inside the circle and slashed at the roots, trailing from its spine. The blade cut 3. Each severed length turned into a black snake on the ground, writhing toward the open heart. Geralt stamped one under his boot and pinned another with silver, but the third reached the oak and went into the trunk. Bark closed over it. The Leshen's wound healed. Brute cuts would only go back to the tree. "Mira," Geralt called, "the copper bands." She saw them inside the heart chamber. Oleg was holding the tunnel mouth alone now, swinging a fallen stone like a club, blood running down from his scalp. A wolf caught his sleeve and dragged him to one knee. Mira snatched up the iron bowl's broken rim and drove the jagged edge across the beast's throat. Then she ran for the oak. The dead closed around her. They couldn't cross the restored line, but inside the circle their bodies still moved, and the juniper-haired girl reached her first, hands out toward Mira's wounded arm. Mira didn't strike her. She tore the burning cloth off the oak's trunk and held it up between them, and the dead girl stopped before the flame. For a heartbeat, the green light in her eyes thinned. Mira slipped past. Geralt drew the Leshen deeper into the grove, giving ground before each sweep, turning the creature away from Havel and the final stone. When the antlers came in low, he caught one tine on his crossguard and let the force carry him sideways. Rather than fight it, bark scraped his shoulder. He landed near the open trunk. Mira had reached the heart. She swung the iron shard into the first copper band, and it rang like a struck bell. The Leshen turned. Geralt drove silver through the crack Mira had opened earlier in its chest, and the blade entered green light and held. The creature took him by the throat and lifted him off the earth. Roots tightened around his sword. He let go of the hilt, and with both hands free, he pulled the last vial from his belt and smashed it against the wound. Oil ran down through the bark. He cast Igni into the opening. Fire got inside the Leshen. The creature dropped him. Flame burst out of its ribs and climbed the trailing roots toward the oak, and the Leshen twisted, tearing burning growth away from its own body. But the fire had already reached the trunk. Mira struck the copper band again. It split, the heart sagged, and all across the grove the dead cried out with their own voices. Havel cut his palm. Blood spilled over the broken knife and ran between his fingers. He went to the fourth stone and pressed his hand to its buried face, and the roots around it tightened, digging thorns into his wrist. "Help me," he said. Nobody moved. Then Oleg left the tunnel, Wolves poured after him, but the fire spreading through the grove made them falter, and he reached Havel and braced both hands under the stone and heaved. Mira came from the oak and took the other side. Together they lifted. The roots held on until Havel pressed his bleeding palm into the carved spiral, and something under the earth let go. The final marker rose. They dragged it into place, and pale light closed the circle. The wolves hit the boundary and recoiled in smoke. Crows dropped out of the air like their strings had been cut. The dead collapsed one by one, roots withdrawing from their spines. Inside the ring, the Leshen faced the burning oak. For the first time, it stepped backward. Geralt took his silver sword out of its chest. The wound didn't close. Mira grabbed the clay jug from the sack and threw it against the sacred trunk. The wax stopper broke and rendered fat and resin spread over the exposed heart. Geralt's next igni set the chamber ablaze. Fire wrapped the dark knot. The oak convulsed so violently that nails flew out of its bark, and skulls and antlers rained through the grove. The Leshen crossed both arms in front of its chest, and roots rose to shield it, but every strand came from the burning heart. Geralt cut the first. Mira drove the jagged iron rim into the second. Oleg brought the fallen stone down on a third. Havel stood at the final marker, with blood running over the salt line, keeping his palm on the carved face while the ring blazed under him. The Leshen charged, and Geralt met it at the center of the grove. He stepped in beneath the antlers, turned his shoulders past the reaching arms, and drove the silver blade upward through the open wound into the green-lit hollow where the heart's roots entered its body. The sacred oak split behind it. Fire poured through the crack. For an instant, the Leshen stood rigid above him, antlers spread across the burning branches. Then the green light failed. Geralt tore the blade free, and the creature fell in pieces. Bark struck earth. Antlers shattered across the stones. The roots thrashed once, blindly, then curled into blackened knots as the fire ate the heart that had fed them. The oak burned from within until its trunk was a pillar of red light. No voice came from it. Beyond the ring, the wolves fled into the dark, and the surviving crows rose without order and vanished over the trees. Wind moved through the grove at last, carrying sparks toward a sky paling above the eastern hills. Havel sank down beside the final stone. Mira stood over the fallen Leshen with the broken iron rim hanging from her hand. Blood from her arm soaked through one side of her white shift. Oleg leaned against the tunnel roots, breathing hard enough to shake. Geralt watched the sacred oak split down the middle. Both halves fell away from the circle, and the crash rolled through the old wood and out across the fields of Drennick. By the time they reached the hamlet, it had started to rain. It hissed on the burned roofs and turned the ash in the lane to black paste. The smithy still stood, one wall broken open to the dawn, and the villagers came out of it slowly, carrying children, the wounded, and pails of water they no longer needed. Mira's mother crossed the mud barefoot. She reached her daughter and held her so tightly the broken iron fell between them. Nobody came near Geralt. Behind the hamlet, the old wood dripped in the rain, its trees silent, stripped of command. Along the gateposts, the last red cords smoldered and went dark. Geralt cleaned his silver blade under the broken well. Out at the eastern field beyond the ruined arch, the offering stone cracked from end to end. Nobody in the hamlet thanks him. They close around the rescued girl and leave the Witcher to clean his blade alone at the broken well. 27 years of an arrangement end with an offering stone cracking end to end in the rain, and no one left standing who wants to explain how it began. The forest will simply be a forest now. For these people, that will have to be enough.